One picture.
Keisha, what Keisha?
It's a president.
So far.
My brother, I'm PFW.
Keisha, needed.
You have at least 60 years. So Rastafari associated with this beach, ceremonial, residential, otherwise. What does it take to actually get national heritage trust? Yeah, I've seen it at Pinnacle. I see it at the Bob Marley Museum. Why shouldn't it be here? Because this site here is the most important site in the aftermath of running the back wall, hockey walk, and a variety of sites in West Kingston. There's no other place in the country that is more associated.
And I was just people there as well. I think at the same time.
And some people then actually why is it important calling on
So I've spent personally 43 years. I started in 1980. I knew elders who came from back wall, hockey walk, before Sugar Road, were on this beach, and I've documented their gatherings here, the connections in other parts of the island, and the importance of this site. I can do that in an afternoon.
Well, that would be an after Chris Winstone, who was on the Heritage Board. That, but he's now in he got the Marley house on 2nd Street, designated as a national heritage site. So he
want to take a picture because I want to see it.
Chris Winston.
Winstone.
Watch out, Jay.
Okay.
When you're writing, Jay, when you're writing that narrative,
Yeah.
you there's Rastafari and you write about the Pocomina people. Because the Pocomina people
Right
are
here.
the region.
Right here, my friend. I don't just write something. What I will do is I'll write it and I will circulate it. So anyone who
Yeah,
wants to
man,
augment it, because it's strength to strength.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Put the team
Yeah, man.
there's still a connection there.
Yeah.
Rastafari and Pocomina because see, the two that people still to go fight against the Pocomina people, Rastafari people, and both of them in the same street.
All right.
Aye, aye.
Oh, yeah. Picture, all of these so when they are
Yeah, come in, man.
so you know, so whether you how do I put it? With free money or not. I'm gonna watch if when you do your project. Yeah, by the principle when you was your stuff work project. You know what and that's why I'm here push on.
I'm here.
Okay. All right. Organization. So being come on. Picture resistance. Rastafari,
Bring the Pokemon. Come on.
How can you buy or sell this car? How can you buy or sell this car? What's that? That's when they run man. You're gonna respond to them. Or set up them respond. Then whatever else. Yeah, we don't take it advantage. We need a song that we can have because we need all of the ones that we supposed to talk. That's what so we're gonna say yeah, man. So this piece of law, which is tied to international law, yeah, this is yeah, man. If I would call it them concern and defense and say that they have the right balance system. Okay, the balance economics. Yeah, but you have to evidence with balance. Because there is no balance. Right. That's what I'm saying. No, that's it. It's not balance. That is evidence of balance. You do. Any farm of back. As a matter of fact, you don't even have the time to say you have balance. Right, yes, sir. We're starting point. All of these programs, I'm gonna get everything out of by law. So Devin,
No gear that mic over there, so it's going on so much history. Yeah, time, right? But that is good.
Not realizing you're strict I want to do that. Look at the community itself, security. What you just say, you're going to say, I want to lose you. Oh, yeah, that's Jamaican. So, okay, huh? It's not working. We have to fix it. You know, the tongue tap, yeah, Chad Maz. Yes, hey, them bet you there. So I said, I know it's mine. We need this. So, you know,
They don't have to line up this abuse of the fighters.
So, so, all right. Okay. They are struggling. See, a company expert and number of the past and subject. So, all young approach, see me every day I have used as a apartment and show it all way down and make enough money on that side. And
you know, but we need like one, like a Neil. We need to find me in charge of this thing. Yes, now we need that policy we are going to, right? We need to track that out. So bring in all of them together online. So they know so we are curious.
how can I come to safeguards for you? I have safeguards. My name is every man is anti. You know, I think I shall get back. Six man. No, no. Never idea.
Make a right.
So my population in my country.
Right.
Or is it going to value first in my country dynamic one? When I see it, we never come down and learn apply. See, come on, hey, financial she a long time. I get a new player, but the man said, I have to say, man, you see, Russia idea is 99. All right, sometimes I have it collected at each and the person.
The free speech and free movement.
See them on the camera. Say something to the people.
That's a free speech and free movement. No freedom around here. We don't want freedom. We want free and more free speech. And we want equal rights. We need equal rights. Can take on the whole of the place of the distress and leave the people to go insane. I work enough, they make drop like a dull boy, a mad boy.
But that's a challenge me.
So the setting, small island states must change because your market size is too small to sustain your economy. So the island, China have 1 billion, India have 1 billion people, Africa have 1 billion people. Then none of them said, can't sustain themselves, so they just trade and everything. So imagine across the Mars. You don't only 1 million people. You see? And then you have Russia, island, which are enough. Billions. Because I eat 1.9 billion people in the world. And Europe have 1 billion. And then the biggest country in the world have 1 billion. The rest have 4.9 billion.
It's a pull up, but it's not the only thing.
Keep them work together. And the Caribbean, they have 25 million. Okay. Supplies. So, I have supplies. You know, they no I want supply. No, I'm but the damn people. That's a big capital. This, I think, that there are some signs of the China mindset. Any man from Friday is in the book. You can't make somebody that help by that I if you are held by where I there's no wrong with saying for a big like you can why do that. So when it is politics, then it is the text. And then short of make mistake. Because some of the one that makes so we have a friend that we love them. We don't document it about Santa Consultant Combination. Start the whole program. So
I'll put it on both things, eh?
Okay.
You know him?
Alright,
You know, Jewish community.
right.
Yeah, the organize and they control it.
Wait.
I can't tell you which I don't remember. And I don't know the current situation either.
I learned about a beach out there called Bongo Beach. It's close to license still.
Oh, it was nice.
Close to license. The brethren say UDC recently came out there and started.
You know what? John Maxwell used to call it urban destruction. They're called urban destruction. It's meaning rural areas. Constantly in rural areas. Urbanizing rural areas.
That's what it is.
They're the biggest fucker out there.
Biggest
Yeah, no, I don't believe in that.
No. Certainly not that we criticize them.
you know.
So, like, I said person, okay. All that is a weed. You want to pour that the number, put it in there. Yeah. I want to don't mean say people go and go with it. It's the fight. Let me get about 5 so me hold you are I'm not good. That was the comes apart. Remember, I ain't a focus. I mean, say, aside me taking up. Yeah. It means you start must be enemy stop. Because me and because I have fight because I fight when they so all me come to stop that man. You get the rem? Man we apart. You know stop the man we are doing like stop the man. That man I got the man done because we don't get so from charge to get I scam it. From the time I was a year and then
I'm gonna the police. So get generation last. There it is. Mr. President, you ready? They provide so much instruction. Once you find out one, so now we are so that's what about. No, no, people go up and appeal. I mean, I tell you, I know, brother. It's for the camera. When time and then measure. When you want to measure, I know you need to spend the water. Yeah. Yeah, we need to get there. One at a time, man. Understand, good. We see people that go assist. All right. For 2 times the distance, I want to another tell you, we see people go and answer them and go down there. I show them sharp way, they will go turn back. And the distance of the sun, he come in many miles. So when they measure them time down, them see the sun say, yes, you can build road there, sir, car. See a big land out there, sir. That was that dream they clip. You take away all of the land that we have that go someone. Anywhere they come build, so you have to destroy the seacoast. Because there's no pieces, you want to go piece of piece. There's no piece of that, I want to go piece of piece. It's not been no road. No one them know we are making on the road to do. That you want experience to be, that you don't believe the road go so straight. So any road where you try to do, you say you're going to destroy the road. I don't know. Yeah. I am not going to see. We don't know who are the plan. Greediness, man. Greed. Oh, you have a speed. Which if you do have a speed, it becomes a steering. I don't want to get to that. You have sense, man. I feel their mother. What can I say? Yeah, when them do it, them carry 2D with development, you know. Before people they can destruction. That's a man. Yeah, man, I figure it out. Them carry 2D with development. Yeah. Developers carry 2D with development otherwise. 2D. 2D, yeah. 2D. Development carry 2D with it. D after the developer people will imagine. And the next 2, and they can destruction before people they run. Because if you dead poor people then at destruction. Because by the time don't build so you hear the man start ball. Water start run to me house and the point big never run to me house. I know that. Not for like that. Watch out. All things take place of different countries. I had was one of those times. Some of the fire is about all the one that mind there. The mindset that just jump for poor people run here. So anything we can do for jump, you know. Let's go where I so as they come like I have you on start for the end of the phone of my ticket. They put on a see? They put on the room the thing about that. You know, for years and years, this is you going to have to pick up. Somebody go on and take it down. If I will we're not dealing with you're talking about law. Yeah, I can burn them out.
Yeah, I'm not position. But I don't know why I'm missing the book. Anyway, newspaper, what they have. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I used to the man about that. Boy, I said, I go say, hey, see up on TV. You hear that shot the thing up on TV, you know. Yeah, man. People them just tell me about. And yesterday, man. By the time I go to the market shop, buy Rastaman, sir. Why I see up on TV, I talk about your bitch. Yeah. That's like come here and them say, yeah, man. No, I wish I newspaper for you. It's old Fernando Hudson, you have old. I'm not going to post that. We have got it. We have got it. We're not to talk. Yeah. I know we have 10 stores in. We are going to get 10 stores in and come to run. Stop them to that. Stop them to that. Yeah, man, I'm going to post tonight, man. Let me turn it on. We're done. We have used every fish oil in Panama to go and run a party and do it. So you want to pick up. I don't come to the man. I'm pretty sure that when I was taking to the African, we're not going to live in a pencil. Yeah. Walk. All right. I will not get the ball. What the company? I got the water. Also, we are I'm never sure how the deal. Them are water. The water. Let's about first time appreciate them running water. When my whole water after the weekend, I write this on the point. So them broke it up and have to go right off. I don't know we are now. Fisherman and you have a young kind of boat and they come to God. I know them chat. Eat up his food. So when it's a black light, you have a black then now I went there when you walk there. Eventually come back. See after a big answer, because of when I think it's the mother and go for the mother. Right. You share my chances. I say, yeah, Keep them on guard. Look. All of them have tension. When they are some family.
Here. Required.
One side. This side, your heart, guys, by your heart. That break kind of snarl. So, who knows it? Yeah. Yeah. Why you might be? Because that's my so as long as you have this any generation, the skill, mentally. No matter what they do, no matter what they do, they have fun. Yeah, because yes. Right.
5 years.
So I that's the of the mindset. Yeah, of the mindset. See, I mean, when I was it, no. Genuinely, unfortunately, so when the man yeah, but always stand on. Yeah. Yeah, I think right. Well, sorry.
Right.
Yes. No, so not before. No, chicken bread. Yeah.
30 years.
Hmm?
30 years.
What's that?
It changes that. It changes that.
Yeah. I mean, no, I mean, the idea with me, I think, about the guy, up and I look away, I want to look away. I think I'm just fine with this. But, Yeah, but yeah, all this. That's
Yeah. The sign coming off here.
We're gonna have to reset that one. Yeah, one, yeah. Well,
What's the sign? What's the sign? Go higher, man. Here is Esta mano de all right, so
Yeah, I found it exactly in the space. Big respect to all of the ones that who on time join in for the advocacy. Of your hand. Okay?
Remember that time we had your no, hold on, I'll see all your characters. Yeah, I'll see you have a game that you probably so the most maybe you're shopping, that's cool. You are right. Okay.
Right. What's going to be the best? So what is right? So you want to find because what we're planning is so then what you say, start like so so ideally
Okay. Oh, definitely, yeah. Interesting. You. Okay. So, I'm gonna talk on stage. I'll move that. Hold up here. I'll move the banner. Okay. Side you. Yes. Okay, that's your right. Sugar rice, sugar rice. Step up for this. Right, you're right. That's right. Yes. You're right. Levant. I think that you bless algo cinco va la coyer. All right. All right, maybe let's put this over this. Come. Oh, we're moving from here, sir. Roll out, sir. That's good. So you think you could just put that one? Yeah, still. The other one. I'll stand up.
Do you love that? Yeah, the rock. The little thing, it's like we want. It's a can't slow breaks, we can take life. Do you love that? Love, love. Your big, yeah, mighty people, rock and restlessly, different forms, you must never want, for the night, bring God, yeah. Do you remember? Do you and the people and the work was so hard and the youth God.
Yeah, greetings. Good evening, ones and ones. Yeah, greetings in the name of His Imperial Majesty. That's first, King of Kings, Lord of Lords, conquering Lion of the tribe of Judah. Last year, Jah, Rastafari. Yeah, so always have to start with the divine, invoking the divine presence of the Emperor, you know, and also the divine presence of his Empress Menin Asfa, Bulete Gorgis. balance of creation and Queen Mother Mega. Ja, Rastafari. Yeah, so it's upon the foundation of activism, equal rights and justice, you know, stand up for I&I rights. That's within this context, this JaBBEM come forth within this creation, you know, standing up for the equal rights and justice of I&I people and the access to the frontier of I&I land, the beach spaces of this island named Jamaica, you know. So within this evening, we have a great compilation of historians, ones and ones who live and experience this track and can defend I&I with the history that they maintain and have within themselves for this trad within this foundation. So without no further ado, want to welcome Ras Vita and Alan Skill Cole to the platform, you know, to give few words on the defense of the beaches and the history of this space here. And can, you know, block up whatever we find necessary to the area of the host. Ja, Rastafari.
Greetings. I just want to give a brief history of how I came to know the place that I call the National Church of the Universe, which is the beach that we are now talking about. In the early 60s, we had some brethren who lived just down below when you come inside of the beach here, what they call Bob Marley Beach. Those days, it was about 3 houses alone that were on the beach, in the driveway coming down to the beach here. There was a brother called Brother Sonny who passed away a couple of years ago. We had Bongo Maki, who the ancient passed away. And we had Brother Porter on the left hand side coming down. And then we had the Naya building. So now we had some brethren that from Warwick Island in the early days that we should be these as it's because of schoolboys going up there. And during the weekends and special holidays, we should ride our bicycle to out of where you call now Gunboat Beach. There we used to meet Brother Sonny and a brother named Rastaman and Brother Chewy. Who those people were called mass divers, Irish mass divers. They sold mass for their life to Rastafari. So we used to go there and meet those brethren out there and used to dive mass. But we didn't sell our mass, we used for our own consumption. So there were people in our era now who wanted to buy Irish mass. You know, and we sort of tell them that we had some brothers who sold mass. So during that time now we started to organize with the two brothers and how we could get the people them to buy the sea mass from them, what they call Irish mass. Find it? No, you're not too sure. You pass it, man, but turn back. Turn back. You've gone too far, man. You're far again. Let me come back, man. Let's come back. As a pass, as a pass,
9 mile, and
on the left hand, 9 mile, and the left hand, you see, right a clean of a road, you see, establishment that sells fish and all these things. That is the only establishment. So past that on your right, and about 50 yards down on your right, and you can't see. So coming back from my bank, that's be on your left hand. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so what happens though, because we only used to meet the man out of Bull Bay, out of the out of a gunboat area. We said to them, we want to come and get some people, So they directed us, brother Sonny directed us out to reach, And the beach, there's on the beach. So we started going out there in the night to some people, some brethren from our area, to get them to sell some of the Irishness. So coming along that time now, we got to understand that the beach beyond where Brother Sonny lived was what they call now a hidden treasure. So we got curious and we started going down to the beach. Then we saw Bongo Maki, we got close to Bongo Maki. And then now we start to see the hidden treasure that we used to call it, the beach, that this area now that is now being this is now coming to public what you call it, public scrutiny. So that's when we first knew about we first knew the beach and saw the beautiful beach that was here. And by that time, there was a tabernacle beyond where we are now. With some ancient Rastaman now who had moved out from Bakawal era, and one and two of them was from Shantytown, if I remember right. They were the ancient virgin who were occupying what we call a tabernacle that was built out here. And it was about, at that time, the community of Rastafari, and at that time, this particular part of the beach was about nine people, nine virgin and a couple sisters. So we started now to get more closer to the beach in those days and start coming out here, like sometimes even in night time we used to come out here and swim and things like that, because it was very safe. And I said nobody knew the beach more than people that were in the air, and one or two people. So as I said, we used to come out here like sometime in the night and we used to swim and enjoy ourselves. So that is when we really get to know the beach and to see the Rastaman then down here, the tabernacle, Bongo Poor and some other brother that were here, the ancient Rastaman. Brother Giabi and we have Brother Fuzzy and Brother Porter. Yeah, Bongo Shepherd and those people, and Bongo Color too. But what I mean those days that the Rastafarians that were living here in those days, it was few of them really did fishing for a livelihood. They more planted vegetables and things like that on the side here that we're now looking at for their livelihood and things like that. And now it was mostly what they call, those were the ancient Naya being them and them and was they called Naya being them. So now we started to come here now. As a matter of fact, what happened is that before then, I used to run from K-Blood to the police station in my training session as a youngster coming out there. But when we reached the police station, we used to walk beyond there to where Bongo Maki, but because of the terrain and the rocks and things like that, we were not able to run there. So we'd stop at the police station, as I said, and we'd walk, come out to where Bongo Maki was. And then we would talk to Bongo Maki and come a little bit beyond Bongo Maki. And there we would get to our man and things like that. So this beach now became something to us that we started to invite one or two people who were interested to find somewhere that was out of the public domain. You know, some people have to be very secluded and things like that. So we start coming out, show the people, one or two people, where this treasure was, or where this treasure is. So that's how we started coming out here, you know, just by the association with us, Brother Chewy and Bonga Mac, no, not Bonga Mac, the one who passed off, who should died, what's you know, just call his name just now. Bonga Sonny. So now, in those days, as I said, coming down here, it was just when you enter the driveway, you have to go down like something what you call a gully to come up, and you go down there and come up, and then you go on the road that was mostly sand and things like that. And when the rain fall, we had problem crossing over there. Sometimes when the rain fall, we couldn't pass over the bridge. You had to wait until like day or two for it to come in. But by that time now, what happened is that we started to bring brothers coming out to the beach in the mornings, and they would extend the walk, they would extend to, because before that they used to turn back and we and a couple of brothers used to walk beyond, and the rest of the man would go back down to Copa and, you know, go back to their respective place of abode. So we started getting, as youngsters, we started to change our identity as it started we were more what you call it, young Rastafarians at that time, were seeking knowledge and life. So we just come down here, but these Rastafarians at the time were something what you call, we call them ancient, but they were the type of life that those people, that those brethren live was, it was something to behold. I mean, they were what you call in modern terms, you say these are ancient Rastaman who lived the life and taught the life, and you know, were people that you could emulate because of their liberty. So now this is how we started, and the beach started to be known by quite one or two people, not much. Because I said, because of how the situation, people were, you know, didn't want to come off the main at the time. Most of the people there in those days used to go, since we from Central, they used to go to Copacabana and Wikiwaki, and on weekends, those beaches would be filled with people from the what you call the people from Upper Central and something like that. So here became what, as I said, something that was a place of school. As a matter of fact, there were some other fishermen that were here, but they were like from the neighboring villages, like one used to live up the Canova Road, and people used to live in the hills that are not occupied, what they call Bubba Hills. So there were much fishermen at that time in this area. So that's where the journey started from the early 60s. I'm talking just after independence. That's how we started to know about this beach in the Rastaman control, where they were in charge here. And after the time, after, you know, the evolution of the change that thing, you had Brother Gabby and some of the elders did the transition. And then you had after Bonga, you had Bonga Gabby, and then Brother Maka and sister, his daughter, were some of the what you call the foundation of members of the Rastafarian community who were here then and started to hold the beach, what you call hold, because as I said, nobody would come here. People were afraid because of some reason, I don't know why. So that's how we get knowledge of this beach. And I'm talking about from early 60s. Now after the what you call it now, after what took place in West Kingston, where King Edward and those people were concerned now, the Rastafarians had to be moving out of Shantytown, out of Bakawal, coming to east. Some went to Warka Hill, some went out to 7 Mile after you passed the bridge on the left-hand side, and some came out to this side here. Some of them is as far as Button Bay. But it was really a Rasta community, as I said. This area here that we are here now talking about. And then during that time, now, during the time like the late 70s now, you find that now, I used to carry the man who the grabbing in the beach out of Marley. Bob used to come to me and I used to run with me to the police station. And we'd walk come to Brother Mackie and he would just but because he could see just the other place just right below there where he would sit down there and then dip in the water and I'd come outside and swim. And then he come out. He never came this side of the beach to interact with another person during that period of time. So when you hear about people talking all kind of stories, Bob never come down to this side of the beach. As you see people try to, they try to what you call it, reinvent scenery and those things, but they don't release it because he never ran down there and come to this side. But during the 70s now, after Bob started to live in what we call Windsor Castle, when we started in Windsor Castle, he started coming down, just down to where Bongo Mackey's, and we used to swim down there. And then Bonnie Williams now got a piece of land up here, just behind where we are now, and built his house there after. That is in 1958, after 1974 that was. So it started getting, it became sort of more known because of people now start seeing certain people coming around and we were here and things like that. But the truth and fact about it is that had that been for the Rasta man them that held this part of the beach, I don't think what is happening today would have happened. Because as you say, Bongo, that construction building, that is down there now, was built by brother Bongo, Gabby's son. He built that infrastructure that we're looking at now, that we understand they say it has to be that people have to vacate that area. But fortunately now, and smartly now, that Brother Maka got the inspiration from Brother Bridging to start paying taxes and get himself organized so that in case anything would happen in the distant future, he will be well protected. So Brother Maka now started the journey and started to pay land, get his things together and start paying taxes for the land that he occupied out here. So that's all this is all this part of the issue coming to be. Now, after the place started getting populated now, like what you see down there, because in those days it was lantern days. When you come out here in the night, people are burning lantern, Brother Mackie, Brother Sonny, and all the brother Port and all the place. Those days were lantern days when man are born Kerosene Isle. Them days and the tabernacle man them burn them lantern, apart from the fire burn the logs and things like that. So in truth and in fact, if it was for the Rastafarian brethren then, this beach or this location that we are at right now would not have been what it is today. Because it has just gone like some other places. But give thanks that they held it, and they held it in such a way that it wasn't a place that people or certain elements would come to do mischievous things in those days. It was a place that I remember at some time in moonlight. Me and some of my brethren and some sisters used to come out in the moonlight and go in the water, go swim without no fear or nothing like that. Because it was a peaceful little area, So it's really heart-rending to see that after so many decades of preserving this, what we call treasure, that the forces B would see it as something that they should just come and tell the people them to leave or to vacate the area for other purposes. Now, my wisdom would have loved to impart some wisdom to them, to tell them, even though they say they want to build a 5-star hotel in Bongo Maka area. it would have been even wiser for them to say, let us use this part of the beach as a Rasta or cultural environment, and the tourists beyond that side would come here and see and learn more about the Rastafarian culture. And you know, people would have different what you call it now, the brothers who used to make all these different what you call them again, these different cults, culture and all those things. It would have been more wise for the forces to say, okay, let us incorporate the thing and keep the Rasta community and use it as a tourist resort too. But we don't understand how people think. You know, so it's sort of heart-rendering to know that people are not thinking about how to preserve their culture and make it feel level. Because the Rasta man are only over 6 decades. So it is sort of really, it is really heart-rendering to see that after so many years of preserving and keeping this thing together, that you really want to vacate the people from this land. And must remember now, you know, no man no own no land, you know. The earth is the Lord's, you know, and the fullness thereof, you know. And when them gone, the land will still be here. You understand? So we don't understand why those people in authority would really want to do such things. I don't understand the wisdom in that. And for that reason, we are here to say, we must not do these things. We have to have this piece of property preserved. You understand? I don't think it is wise for them to really make this type of decision. I don't know how they are thinking. I understand, yeah, you better 5-star hotel down the road. We don't find that. You know, but incorporate the thing, man. Let the place becomes a part of the whole thing, man. It will be better for the area. You understand me? People will get more employment and the place will run better. But to come and say, no, you want to take out the little land space, the little beach property from the man. It's all right. You see that going on in different parts of the countries, but you know, this thing, you know, we have to stand up for this right after this is the piece where the Rasta man have for them ban, for the people them who have made the decision are implementing these type of things. They're just banned with the age, some of them just past 50. The Rasta man upon them land for over 60 years and more. So you know, we hope that those that are in authority would have what they call, be smart, be wise, and understand the situation. And we say this is not really in the interest of the people. You understand? So we are here to stand up and say, we don't think it's right. You have to have a little piece of this tier. So the Rasta man have a little piece, a little thing. And Rasta man now go abuse the thing. But you never see the Rasta people, the people go there and say they are abused by the Rasta. Never. We never hear that and we never see that. So we are just sending out the sound to make them understand the history of this thing here and to try to make a little yeah, so we can solve the thing because every man supposed to live. Right. Every man, yeah. Look at the sea. The man can't say more the sea can't do no creative how this came to be. You're going to read about the creation. You can't say you want to see. Or you can't say you want to see. You see them says it's crown land. Okay? Crown land. Because of what? Our slave masters, our colonizers come inside and say, them own this and this is crown land and them own the land and collect taxes over generations and exploit the people, the inhabitants of the respective areas. Now, 2023, people are wake up. Those days are going behind us. You understand? We have to stop this thing about paying taxes to our slave masters. Those things are crime. We must stop paying land taxes to the Queen and those people that are enslaved us for generations. That is totally out. So these are the things, it's come like what they are doing now, it's come like they are being worse than the slave masters if they implement this type of system. After we coming out here and standing up and say, no, time for us to stop paying these duties and these tithes to our colonial masters. Now you come and you want to bring fear on the people. That's not right. So we are working out conventional wisdom, overcome, and the man understand the thing, and we can live. And you say, well, okay, build your hotel, do what you do, but preserve the Rastaman in the community, make it becomes a part of the whole system. You understand? So, brother, we tell a man that have a knowledge of those days too, because as a whole being man, you know they have a lot of history to tell you about in the ancient being them we used to live out here. And how the big house used to keep certain what they call gathering and things like that. You know, so we're gonna make bongo with a expound on some of those things.
Blessed in the name of the Most High. Blessed in the name of His Imperial Majesty Emperor in Selassie first. Blessed in the name of our Holy Mother Empress Nenen. Blessed in the name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christus, to the power of His Imperial Majesty, to the power of the eternal Orthodox faith originally. Yes, sire, give thanks and greetings to the surrounding. A fire night would they so know. You call them the call you so don't on the beach for night time. You know? And for a while, as a youth I tried, if I want to see some Rasta man with a bingy man before bingy time, I have to come. Because I really go on and now. This place where they are so, it's not just a place where they are so. They are so true a farmer historical exodus we take a place with Rastafari people when Babylon take a place. When him say clean up and look good like it can build somewhere. This place is out here so now. When me come see, as I hear my brother skillful I say, is it just another part of where him just done say. Up to my area, 69 years. And there's some really good yet where we more than 69 years with the happening and how it starts. Because generally, as him tell us, when the Exodus are back away, it was just an ordinary Exodus. Yeah, Shantytown, Akiwa, everyone with the panda stretch they have to move and come to the east. No, Marcus Garvey a lot to do with that Exodus enough. The ancient Rastaman them tell I say, Marcus Garvey prophesy say, if you have to leave the city, it is where you agitate for where you call now reparation and repatriation. It's really not the office of governance. You're there when you're there at town and Kingston. The paper tiger situation and them elements. So when them start chase out the rest of them now out of town completely.
9 Mile was designated in the mind and heart of all Rastaman. When he reached 9 Mile, him for draw breaks. And Marcus, it said, don't live too much out of the city, only 9 Mile away from this. So when most of the rest of them come out, them not really did come straight at 9 Mile. Some of them stop our work islands with the bed in them and try out this so. And them try out other spot. But when you check it, this was the spot now where the Asian Airbnb man them find say them can come here and you know them are a fisherman, but them can live a Rastaman life, and them fisherman they do not eat fish, they're there with them same way. Because them never have nowhere to go after Bakawali though and Akiwa mash up. Babylon make sure get rid of that. In 1954, Pinnacle finally get attacked. And more all Rasta were up there for the run off a Pinnacle and find somewhere down in a Bakawala Akiwa to stay. 1951. And about in the 60s now, they are going to start mash up Akiwa place and Bakawala and a bulldozer down to build Tivoli Garden. And the school, when him Haile Selassie the first school, because Majesty had bring money come to centralize the people them there in a Bakawal, Pinnacle, and all them places there to make them know say them have to be centralized. That's why Majesty come with so much money that the government could have take it and build school and build up Tivoli Garden instead of a home for the homeless people. We're down in them area there, a Western Kingston. You see, so when the emperor come here, you never come with me for encourage no repatriation immediately. You come to encourage that thing called centralization. Where you know, so you can get up in the morning and have a place to sleep, and you have a yard to sleep, and you have somewhere you can eat and drink and rest. That never exists with Rastafari people at Bakawa. Neither Akiwa someplace. Down in them corner there. A garbage. A whole iron and old truck, all car people living there. When the emperor come here now, in a 66 now, and the government finds say most of the rest of them never deal with centralization. That's why them could have get the money for build Tivoli Garden. Because the money that was to build place the ordinary people plus the Rasta people them too. And the school as a part of education. The Rasta man them say repatriation. And most of them say reparation as well. But that the government do a year kind of you're not about centralization. So you just get bulldozer and get busy. And I just out here so now the East became the habitat of the Rastafari liberty from Pinnacle to 9 Mile Bull Bear. It was from Pinnacle to Bakawal, you know, until the government ready to build up a political community. That's so. They have to move again from Bakawal to 9 Mile Bull Bear. Yeah, well, I found to that try to kill coming. The headquarters matter about you know. Other Benjamin lived the Warwick Island and all them, but the two head them come up here, so Prince Emmanuel up on the hill and Bongo Puro there, so. So really the head them there in them party and the rest of man never belong to us. Live as near as them can. In them times. So Bongo Puro is the Rasta man who in charge of Nyabingi House. Nyabingi House was not church with no priest them time then. Nyabingi House ruled by priest, prophet and priestess. You see, it never have no Bongo time has no pastor, no them type of thing there. It was more a tradition, it was an agitational religion, and I want to say religious, divine group of people as Rastafari. We don't want to use no weapon in Babylon. Based on we go in 1963 with Rasta Carol Garden. And based on go on, I think in 1958, somewhere along the line, another incident happened to with Claudius anyway, with Rasta way. Them kill a whole for Rasta another level with Claudius in the 1958. And then come back in 1963 and another slaughter that. So with the West of Rasta man, if they never want them say non-violence, non-political, repatriation and reparation. So the whole deal of the matter is when His Majesty come for centralized way and educate way before we move from here. So the centralized point now, where we never really get fake, though that the most of the Rasta man them head for the east, yeah. And this beach now, the level where I take it from with JaBBEM now, I can't where them say and thing, and some other one said JaBBEM did introduce Bob to the house them out there and make him get one over the scheme there. And as a skill code said, no, that's how them say, say JaBBEM, they introduce him. Yeah. Well, that is just a year setting, you know, but I tell you, me here along the line. But they have probably will have yeah, they have alcohol house process, yeah. So when them come here, so now, yes, I became the stronghold for the Rastafari between them that come from Bakawa as Bingy man. And the stronghold for the bubble them that come from Spanish Town, 58 Spanish Town there. Bakawa as well, on the hill. So them place is not an ordinary place. It represents the exodus and the movement of Rastafari people from one place to another. In the sense of not having a centralized point to relax and build a community. You see, now, I hears me here say, JaBBEM they don't have papers to the land. I never know it or see it yet, but he must demand the 4-man pay. And in the whole thing, him run it to a level where the brethren them can represent the place. Well, here what it happened to us now. It never have no strong representation where documents is concerned and historical fact. Yeah. So now that that is in place, I first and say it just like Pinnacle and just like Bakawal. It can't fall in the same condition of Bakawal, not Pinnacle, where Babylon come take with this, with big argument and all kind of thing. And then you do have a centralized point again to represent the Rastafari community and the Rastafari culture. Because them take with Pinnacle, you know, and then go with Bakawal. Now here says the third place out of the prophetical history of Marcus Garvey. As Marcus usually preached down on the corner there, a 9 mile in a fling time. And even Leonardo will do meeting in this area, not them time there. When we reach a Pinnacle. So yeah, them has a cultural spot, cultural heritage spot. All of it is set up with infrastructure, right? And your cultural administration, you know, the food where you eat, the word that I speak, and the company them where you keep. You see, and you know, bribe your place under certain all contraband where Babylon will come from dumb things and say yes, and then I tell you say you have to move because you have contraband stuff. No. You have to just stick to your culture and stick to your documentation based on your authority where you have to centralize yourself. Rastaman problem is to centralize themselves and stop run up and down and rent place and catch one place and say them a capture without documents. You have crown land here that you can take and modify it to be yours. And most of the crown land them is where the black people are supposed to get some land and before slavery abolished. When them say slavery abolished, each slave supposed to get 10 acre land according to them supplying that. So these lands still exist, and these are some of these lands because you can't own land, you go own land. You can't own it, you go hold it. And you hold it with documentation properly. In this time, capture business now work. This is not capture land. This land I do more than nearly 70 years now within the cultural standing and recognition. And we can't tell from when Bakawal did mash up. That's the rest of them that have to exodus themselves to here and still hold it as a point of waiting for them right papers where them centralization will be respected. In the name of the Father, Emperor Haile Selassie I pray. In the name of his Son, Jesus Christus, in the name of our Holy Mother, Empress of the name. In the name of all the prophet and priestess, brethren and sisters, visible and invisible. A one word, the earth is Rastafari and the fullness thereof. He found upon the sea and established upon the floods. By his name, sake, Selah.
Yeah, give thanks. So let us give the beloved ancient virgins a round of applause again. Thank you very much. Yeah, that was very rich and enriching history, Give thanks. So our next speaker, Brother Jake Omiak, Rastafari elder and anthropologist, first Rastafari scholar internationally, Rastafari.
Well, brethren and sisters, I give thanks for all who have gathered this day on this worthy cause to protect this beach and all other beaches. Let me greet you in the name of His Imperial Majesty, Emperor Haile Selassie I and Empress Menenaspa Balance in this time. I spent 43 years coming to this beach, not only this beach in Jamaica, but my grounding as an anthropologist and later as a Rastafari is here on this very spot. I came here as a young graduate student doing field work. I was at Brandeis University, a university in the northeast of the US. I actually had very little idea about what Rastafari was about. To give you an idea of just how profoundly ignorant I was, I hardly knew who Bob Marley was, and this was 1980. Bob was the biggest and first third world superstar at the time. Within 4 months of being in Jamaica, much to my amazement, I would meet Bob Marley at 56 Hope Road. But I still knew little about him at the time. My journey in Rastafari was what I call the inside out journey. Like many people of my background, I didn't start with reggae music. I didn't know anything about reggae music. I came here because I wanted to finish a doctoral dissertation, and this seemed like a good thing to do. I immediately fell in with Rastafari elders. And the person who brought me to this beach, two individuals, two elders, Ras Sam Brown and Pa Shanti, brought me to this beach in February of 1980. I moved to this community in March of that same year, and I lived just up across the road in the housing scheme, and I would walk to this beach every day. This was the place where I learned the proper use of herbs. This was the chalice circle, right here. This was the place where herbs upon board every day, every hour of every day, into the bright light. At the time, there was this beach has been entirely reconfigured because of multiple hurricanes, including Hurricane Gilbert. But there was a gigantic tamarind tree here. Yes, it's a gigantic tamarind tree right about over here. The tabernacle was somewhere around here, right? Tabernacle was somewhere right in here. Tamarind tree is there. Bungo Puru was right over there. Bungo Quella was over here. Fuzzy did that. Bungo Harold right there. Gabby over here. You've heard Skill Cole and my brethren Wittedred call a whole series of names. Skill said there was about maybe 9, elders here. When I was here in 1980, when you started out at the head of the lane and walked down to where we are right now, there were multiple families, and there were some families on this beach as well. There was about 30 individuals without counting the children. There were about 30. I made a list as Skill and Witter were speaking, and the individuals who were on this beach would, over the course of a couple of decades, become internationally networked. And this beach, as much as it was a hidden treasure, as Skill told you, this beach became internationally networked. And I'll call the names of some people, notables that I met on this beach. Out just around the corner, the front page of what we call Sugarloaf out there, this Monadnock in back of us, were Bungo Spence and Sister and Mama B. Bungo Spence was an elder in the Ethiopian World Federation, close to Mortimer Plano. Mama B would later repatriate herself in 1996 to South Africa. I visited her twice in Cape Town. And I got to know her better in Cape Town than I did here in Bull Bay, surprisingly, but maybe not surprisingly. As you came down the lane, there were a whole series of ancients there. There was Sister Mary at the head of the lane. There was Sister Nora. At one time, there was the oldest sister in the JaBBEM order, a sister named Sister Miriam, who Rita Marley had put up, was taken care of right down the lane before you got to Bungo Mackey's. And as you came up, there were a series of people notched into the to the bottom here of Sugarloaf. The notable elders here, Bungo Puru, for example. Bungo Puru was the first high priest of the JaBBEM order. The one that you've heard called Fuzzy, Bungo Hill, known as affectionately as Fuzzy. Bungo Hill received a gold medal from His Imperial Majesty in 1966. He was the armor bearer for Prince King Emmanuel up on the hill there. You had Bungo Quello, who was an old-time Bacawal brethren. You have Ras Benji and his queen, who Ras Benji first came from Bacawal, then from Waterhouse into this place. You had Bungo Shefan and Mama Bubbles. When I say the place was internationally networked in 1988, through my offices up at the Smithsonian, I'm a Smithsonian anthropologist, retired. Through my offices at the Smithsonian, we brought together several delegations of elders that traveled from Jamaica to the US. Bungo Shefan and Mama Bubbles were among them. If you were here earlier, you would have heard their voices on the Rastafari Elders CD, which was one of the productions we did when they were there. But I want to make, I said there are about 30 people here. I want to make another point about the beach and its importance, because it wasn't only who lived here. It wasn't only the fact that there were 30 people here making community with fishermen, and they had a community with those fishermen, some of whom were Rasta. Herb was sold in this community, and fish was sold in this community. And when the fishermen would come in the morning with fish, the elders who didn't have incomes of their own, they would get the first fish. There would be something for them in that. So there was this sense of bonding among everyone who occupied this beach. There was also the fact that this beach was not only a place of gathering and refuge, it was a place that brought in individuals from all across this island. On any given day, you would see elders, the brethren and sisters coming in from Trelawney, Westmoreland, St. Mary, and from town. And it's important to note that in 1975, I'm really surprised that Witta didn't note this, because this is how I know this fact, not only from him, but from others. In 1975, there was a major all-island Nyabingi gathering held here. And the purpose of that gathering was to consecrate the order as the Emperor Haile Selassie Theocracy Order, and it was done here at this beach. What that meant was that the beach here became the de facto headquarters of the Nyabingi House. And the practical aspect of that was that every first and third Sunday of every month, there would be a gathering here. A bingi would go on, and it would be a council of elders held here. The purpose of that council of elders was not only to review concerns related to the movement and the congregation, but to plan for the upcoming Nyabingi ceremonies that would be held that year. At the time, there were maybe 6 or 7 annual dates on the Rastafari calendar. There's a few more today. But in those days, we didn't have Nyabingi centers. We had situations where an elder would petition to receive that congregation and would propose that they come to his gates in St. Mary, in St. Thomas, wherever it might be. And the council would assess that petition and make a determination on whether or not that person, that individual, was prepared to receive the house, to have the resources, because if you bring in 400 people for 3 days or 7 days, you better be able to feed the people, because you can't lead them if you can't feed them. And that means spiritual food and temporal food, and it means a proper facility, a Bingi tabernacle. It means mobilizing the kind of ritual resources, drummers and chanters, etc., that would make it a fitting ceremony. That ceremony happened many times at the beach here. I think the last Nyabingi that happened here might have been 1997, but I'm not positive about that. So this was a huge center. It was a consequential center, and my point for being here, I'm all for the protection of beaches. I'm all for the protection of people's rights, people who have occupied places like this for 20, 30, 40 years, and now some developer comes from England or foreign and says, yeah, we're going to scrape you off the ground and that'll be too bad for you. No, fire burn that. Hot. So my purpose is to say this place right here needs to be a national heritage, a Rastafari heritage site. It needs to be just like Pinnacle. I want to come here next year, and I want to see that pylon that stands this high with the National Heritage Trust emblem on it that says that this is a heritage site. And the reason why this should be a heritage site is not only because Rastafari have gathered here, because the continuity of history, as you heard from Skilcole and Raswita, this is the place. More than any other place in the island of Jamaica, this is the place that took as refugees those who were moved in the exodus from Bakawal, Akiwak, Shantytown on Foreshore Road, and Trenchtown. Those places that brought those elders here, and they recreated community in a new way, in a different way. That is worth preserving and remembering. I want to see a heritage site here, and I'm prepared with the hundreds of photographs that I've taken over many years of individuals on this beach who are no longer with us. I'm prepared to give whatever resources and knowledge that I have to make this a heritage site worth visiting. Rastafari. Yeah, man. May the words of my mouth and the meditations of my heart be ever acceptable in thy sight, O Jah, Rastafari. Selassie lives and reigns in the heart of all flesh. Blessed.
Give thanks. Blessed Rastafari. Yes, I. Yeah, big it up for the ancient GX Omia. Rastafari blessings. So I think next we have Marcus. Is Marcus next? Yes. Marcus, our Rastafari legal mind, come and give his perspective on the tradition, you know, and this activism. Blessed, give thanks. Big it up for Marcus, God. Rastafari, blessed.
Right, so greetings and good afternoon and welcome to this important forum here at Marley Beach. Give thanks to the Thomas family and the Stevenson family and the JaBBEM family for being here. I see the Advocates family, yes, you know, and all those online as well too. So this is an important fight here, you know, and it's really just, I think, a kind of symbol for a national fight that we are engaged in, you know, and it's really the fight for land, for access to land, you know, and it's something that if you look at the history of Jamaica and the history of colonized societies like Jamaica, the battle for land was always one that was won by those who, of course, had the legal power to dictate the laws that determine who owned land, was access to land, was the right to bar access to land. I think that the beach access discussion is a part of that whole, you know, legacy of slavery and colonization that we're still battling with today, you know. So, of course, as we know from the outset of Jamaica, we have a system that the powers that be, the external authority who has imposed itself, right, on a native people, has imposed laws that says that only those who are landed can vote, only those who are landed can have the right to speak and to determine the laws of the country. And those who aren't landed then have to work for and seek the permission of and get the approval from those who are landed, you know. And that's what we see has continued in Jamaica despite, right, despite emancipation, right, in 1834, and despite independence in 1962. And unfortunately, despite, as I say, even the amendment of the Constitution in 2011, you know. So what we have here at Marley Beach then at present is actually at present 2 cases in court, which I'm going to speak a little about, not too much since they're still in court. And one concerns, of course, Bongo Gabi and the Stevenson family's property, which is over there, Bongo Gabi and his family built. As you heard from Jakes and Raswita and Brother Skill, Bongo Gabi was one of the foundational Rastafari ones who was here and who, of course, is instrumental in this beach being identified as Bob Marley Beach, right? And so for that case, we have a family that has been here for over 60 years, right? Continuously, they still continue to own and run that beach, that property right there. So Sister Gladys, who was right here a while ago, isn't here right now. That is Bongo Gabi's sister, right? Continues to run her business and to live right there. And now that we have, in more recent times, in just the last 4 years, this company who has come to do some big construction, say that they're the landowners, they're saying that the family who has been here for 60 odd years has no right to be there, right? Has no legal right to be there, because although they've been here for 60 years, undisturbed, continuous, undisputed possession, the new landowners, under the current and continuing colonial laws of Jamaica, say that those who have been there all these decades and generations have no rights. And that's where the problem is, I'm saying, right? It's a continuation of the laws and the legal system, which says that your rights are only as determined, right, and construed through the lens of these colonial laws, right? And so the colonial law is what was imposed upon Jamaica, which says that if you don't have a land title, something is signed and sealed by the governor, whoever it is who is authorizing these land titles to be issued, then your land rights are nebulous. They can be taken away at any time, no matter if you're born and grow up on the land, like some of his daddy's children them and so forth. It don't matter because the law says unless it is signed and recognized by the white authorities of the state, then you have no land rights, right? And so we're saying that now that we're in a constitutional reform commission process, we have to bring these issues of land reform squarely on the table because that is what has been holding on our people or part of it for centuries, right? A land law system that says that, therefore, your land ownership, and I say, irrespective of your possession of the land, is only as determined by we who say that it has to have, as I said, the title and survey, and it has to be issued by the central office. And they have this thing that says that the title, once you've got this title, you can't look behind the title, because behind the title, they say is not to be looked into, because the title itself is the face of it, and the law says you are the lawful owner, right? And so we have, therefore, through this colonial imposed legislation, generations of African descendants in Jamaica who have been rendered landless, rendered homeless, as it were, who are rendered and labeled as squatters because of the imposition of this colonial law, right? And so the very fact that this law continues to be used and to be relied upon, right, at the same time that the National Land Agency says that most lands in Jamaica have not been properly surveyed, right, means that we're simply continuing to facilitate the dispossession of people who have been here for centuries due to us wanting to prioritize, right, a land system that recognizes monetary ownership through acquisition of title. And so that's where a big part of the problem is, I think, right? So many people we hear will be dispossessed, right? Is because, again, this battle between a paper, as a land title, and long-standing possession, on the other hand, which is then seen to be subjected to and secondary to this land title, right? And so we're saying that the laws of the country need to be amended to properly recognize those who have been here from ever since, before even the British were here, right? Before the imposition of these white colonial laws, which make no doubt about it, were intended to keep the racially inferior, according to them, in their place, right? And so we're saying that this time around, when we're looking at the constitutional and how it can be reformed to better suit us and to protect us and to reflect us, we need to have this part of the Constitution that recognizes land rights, right? Seeks to do away with these vestiges of colonial land legacy and seeks to properly institute a system that recognizes all of these pre-existing land tenure, which is what most of our families as African descendants in Jamaica have been enjoying. This pre-existing land ownership that is not being recognized by land title office, not being signed and sealed by any white official or any government official, but it is based on, right, a continuation of land occupation in the face of course, right, the non-compensation and non-reparations for people who were made, right, enslaved people upon abolition, upon emancipation, were never given any land, right, to survive on. And that's where this thing starts from, right, that we have to now see what constitutional reform processes through the lens of reparatory justice, right? We have to, because at the end of the day, if we continue to say that we are proud to be continuing to rely upon, right, the former white slave masters' laws and legal systems, right, and we continue to perpetuate those legal systems, now how can we say we're going to be trying to deliver reparations to these people who we say are due reparations? So it's all of us. It's all of us as colonized people, right? How are we going to be claiming to be seeking reparations from Europe, right? France and England and Belgium and Dutch and so forth, when we ourselves are still continuing to celebrate and to perpetuate the same laws, right, that have dispossessed our people for centuries. So I'm saying that we have to fix our problems are yard before we try to go abroad and fix them. Yeah. I'm saying that the Constitutional Reform Commission therefore must really address reparations for those who were enslaved, who are rendered landless, and who are labeled as squatters because of the unfair, unjust, racially discriminatory legal system that made them in the first place labeled as squatters. And so we're here today to celebrate the fact that we have on spot. The Thomas family was gotten their title late last year through agitation, right? Yes, and hard work and inspiration and toil and despite struggle and fight, you know. And we see where again, you know, I mean that people who don't have land before can get land through perseverance, right?
Yes,
But at the same time, I was saying we have a continuing struggle here with the Stevenson family who are still in court, are still being pressured to leave because they don't have this paper that says that they are the owners of this piece of land, right? And so we're saying that we have to continue the struggle for Marley Beach because this is just one symbolic fight in the fight across the island, across the Caribbean for land rights, you know? Yeah. So when you talk about beach access now, it's a similar situation, right? That the beach, as we know, is one of the most naturally beautiful resources that we have here in Jamaica and around the whole Caribbean, right? And so the view of some held for centuries is that the most beautiful parts of the island should be enjoyed by not just the local, but by the foreigners and the tourists and the expatriates and the foreigners who come to enjoy what we have, and we must work for them and keep it beautiful for them. But we don't want to interact with them because we're going to harass them. And so we're separated from them. And this is what we again continue to see, where we're perpetuating a system where it says that the locals are secondary in importance and in value to the foreigners, to the well-to-do, who are the ones who can afford to buy these nice prime property next to the beach, right? And so we're saying that these laws, the Beach Control Act, the Wildlife Protection Act, the National Environmental Planning Act, most of these laws are pre our constitutional independence in 1962, and certainly are pre or 2011 right to a healthy environment. And so we have to know, I'm saying, reevaluate all those laws, their old colonial laws, in the context of modern day international law, modern day constitutional law, and of course, modern day environmental law, right? And so that's why we're saying that the Prescription Act, the Beach Control Act, and all these laws must be reviewed to make sure that the average Jamaican, the common Jamaican, has a right to access and to enjoy the beach, the rivers, the property, the mountains, the natural beauty of the island without having to go through an extra property, without having to ask permission or beg favor. And that's a privilege, but it's a right we want to have the law recognized. A right, and a privilege, asking a favor, I beg somebody apply. And apply where I look, that's a constitutional right to enjoy our natural heritage, the beaches, the rivers, the sea, the mountains, the air, etc. Right? And so we're saying that if the government does not do that through its own review processes, then we are prepared to do so through our court processes. We have with us JaBBEM, of course, who is here. We have all the various communities around the island who are fighting this with us as well, so we can get this right, recognized in law, once and for all, so we don't have to keep on going to the same fight every time. Fishermen them have been here for much decades, right? Fishing, throwing them net, maintaining this space, and here we are now. We push them up because we have some tourists want to come and enjoy the same beach, right? We have a North Coast has been taken away from St. James or Trelawney, right, back to almost Portland, is privatized on the North Coast, right? Do you want a South Coast to stay like the North Coast? No. Do we want our black sand beach? And you know, of course, this is one thing so because the black sand beach never get no priority in the past, you know. Somebody want to fight for the white sand beach, right? And the white sand beach was on the rage. No, the North Coast opening up now. Sorry, the South Coast. Nobody want a piece of the black sand at this point in time. No, nobody want a piece of the black sand beach, right? And we're saying we don't want another North Coast and our South Coast. We don't want a whole coastline of big all-inclusive, and you have to walk far and wide through bush, up and down mountain and valley to get to your natural beach. We want to have a right, and it's there for everybody, no matter how much Marriott and Sandals and Rio and whoever is down this side. We want to have the public's right to be preserved in law. We have to beg the security and apply. We have to ask for a favor from nobody, but the right in law recognize that we have the right to enjoy the beach whenever we want. And so that's why this is so important, and why we're here with JaBBEM, of course, today. And so I want to encourage everyone here, right? The fight maybe look like it's a long time, sometimes court take a while, and take sometimes years to really go to completion, but it's a worthy fight. You not for yourself only, but the next one that was coming after you and your great and your great and your great grand thereafter. You know, so the ongoing struggle, and so we can't give up. I'm very pleased that we have with us JaBBEM and this whole mission, because of course, when I heard about the beach, birthright. I feel that way. It's a birthright. It's a privilege, it's a birthright. And so I want to thank again the JaBBEM team, the family and from the Thomas side, from the Stevenson side, and from everyone who's here to really show us our support, because this is an important fight globally. We have to really maintain a focus on it and do it in a collective manner. All right. So thanks very much. And glad to be here again. I'm going to jump.
Give thanks at small cost. Blessing. So we're going to invite Dr. Rosalie Hamilton from the Advocacy Network to give us a perspective on this activism. Give thanks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Enough respect to the Thomas family and the Stevenson family and the communities that are directly impacted by this issue. And to all of us who have come from near and far to bring solidarity around this issue. So the Advocacy Network is very, very proud of the work that JaBBEM is doing. JaBBEM is part of the network under the awesome leadership of my brother, Dr. Devon Taylor. Enough respect to Devon Taylor. Enough respect. And the team of beach warriors all over Jamaica that is doing similar work to protect access. The Advocacy Network is supporting this because our focus in our advocacy is around human rights and good governance. Those are our areas of focus. And this issue of beach access is a human rights issue. This is our birthright. And it is about governance because we've seen, as you've heard, the perpetuation of legal arrangements that's not in the interest of the majority of us. And so this issue, like many other issues that we advocate on, is important, we think, for the future of Jamaica. And you've heard the issue being framed as part of the decolonization process. Part of the kinds of changes that we have to make to move closer to completing this process that has started from 1494. From Columbus came to this land, we have been resisting and fighting for freedom, self-determination, and a framework that respects and honors our humanity. That's a struggle. And this issue is being highlighted because when we think about it, we see we have an arrangement here in Jamaica that's very unique because many other countries in the Caribbean don't have this reality. We're talking about a shoreline of 493 square miles, right? Miles that is not accessible. Most of it is not accessible to us. We're talking about less than 3 miles that we have access to. Just those numbers should become a big wake-up call for Jamaicans, that we're living in on an island with that kind of shoreline and coastal acreage, and we don't have access to most of it. It speaks to the extent to which we can shape rules that enable us to achieve the outcomes that we want. And I frame it that way because as we now talk about moving to a republic, we have another opportunity. In '62, we had one when we shaped a constitution that pretty much perpetuated and continued an old colonial arrangement. And we didn't change it much. Even when we changed our Charter of Rights, still is not a significant change to the constitutional legal framework in which we run our country. So we now have this another opportunity. And this discussion about the legal framework for beach access, for land rights, for a voice is at the heart of the changes that are required as we move forward. And my appeal, therefore, to everyone listening is that we should see this as part of a bigger context it's an important moment in Jamaica's history where we have to make our voices heard. We have to speak loud about the fact that this arrangement with respect to the beaches is unacceptable. It's not the kind of way we want to build a Jamaica in the future. So we have to get into the weeds, change these legal arrangements, change our constitutional arrangements, and begin the process of building a new Jamaica. That Jamaica cannot be built without the active involvement of Jamaicans at home and abroad. And that what it means is coming to beaches like this and being part of this effort to make the changes that are required. It means tuning in online and sharing this conversation and being part of a wake up that's taking place in Jamaica. You know, wake up to the reality that things must change and we must be the change agents. And so we will continue to support this effort. We urge all Jamaicans to get involved. One opportunity that still exists is the Constitutional Reform Committee. Make the submissions, push to have your voice heard in that context and beyond. Because even when we make the changes in the Constitution, we still have to make our voices heard with respect to implementing these decisions. It's one thing to have the laws on the books, right? But how we enforce them and how we ensure that they're properly implemented is part of the vigilance and the monitoring that we as citizens have to play. You know, too often in our conversation about where we are in the country and the problems that we see in the government, too often we blame the government and we don't look at our role and what we do and should do and should not do. As citizens, we have a role in a democracy to actively monitor and observe and scrutinize what our representatives go to office to do. And as long as we don't do that, they'll do their own thing. And for too long, we've seen that. We vote our representatives in. We don't see them for most of the time. We don't hear from them. They only come back when there's election and they want your vote. And we accept that. We don't force a meeting. We don't call a meeting and say, representatives, come, we have an issue. We want it. And when you go to Parliament, this is what we want you to say on our behalf. We have to do that. So part of this change that is absolutely needed as we move towards a republic is the change in the attitude, the mindset, and the decisions of the ordinary Jamaicans, every one of us, each and every Jamaican, that we have to do different. It's not enough simply to vote. You have to actively ensure that the decisions that you want made are made in the way you want. We own Jamaica. We're not tenants. We're not squatters. We are owners of Jamaica. And when we vote our elected representatives in office, we give them our power to act on our behalf. And we have to hold them accountable. And so I want to just urge Jamaicans to support this effort, support JaBBEM, support the beach warriors that have been actively fighting for this space and actively fighting on our behalf so that all of us as Jamaicans can have more access to our beaches. So with that, enough respect, one love.
Yes, give thanks. Another round of applause to Dr. Rosalie Hamilton from the Advocacy Network. Yes, so we're on the climax now, so we're going to seal up with the person, the individual who started this activism, right? And that is Dr. Devon Taylor, you know. So Devon Taylor, my big brother, so I really is inspired by this activism that he really started. Give thanks, a whole thing. So I give thanks for the strength. You know, as I set a big brother example, you know. So last year. Yeah, give thanks, Ben, give thanks. Yeah, greetings in the name of His Imperial Majesty, Celestia, Empress Mene. We gather here, one big family, you know what I mean, fighting a fight that started long time ago. So for more than 400 years, we're not a struggle.
True.
You know what I mean? And there's a lot of unmet need in Jamaica and unfinished business. So the way them thing I hit you, you know what I mean, is when I experience it. And so my community experienced it, and I experienced it firsthand. Growing up in Steertown, I had access to beaches beyond, you know, I could use. Access to rivers and riverbanks, access to gullies, wetlands. And over a period of 20 years, all that access disappeared to zero. I now have no access to the coastline in St. Anne. No access to Mame Bay, no access to Ocherias, no access in St. Anne's Bay, no access at all. And that took 20 years to happen. And so my community of fisher folks are without a beach to fish. And it is real. I visited a beach in Lawland this week, and fisher folks there, some of them don't read very well, so they don't really understand what's going on. But right on the fishing beach is a sign advertising that this beach is now going to be privatized and being leased, and that is done by our government. And the fisher folks have been told that they're going to relocate them, but there's nowhere to relocate them. So the displacement is happening right before the fisher folks. So I'm starting from this perspective right here. You know, Dr. Amatal pointed out that Jamaica is 493 miles around. All right. After 493 miles, there's only around 150 miles of sandy beaches. Within that, we have less than 2.8 miles of access. And that number came from 2000. So just imagine what it is in 2023, 23 years later. So what we are actually witnessing are expansion in hotel construction. So there's close to 1,000-fold expansion in terms of new hotel construction, which means every one of those beaches, Jamaicans have been displaced from them. They no longer have access. The government does not proactively protect conservation easement. The government does not actively protect fisherman rights. That is not something that this government have done, and successive government have also contributed to the problem. So we see that, just look at this graphically, you could see this pie chart here, one slither of a black mark there. That's what we have. And of these 100 dots that are on your right there, it's only half of that you see we have access to. So the problem is real. We're losing access at an accelerated rate. And why is that so? That is because of how our laws have been structured from the beginning. So in around 1836, Charles Grant was, the governor of all the islands. And this was just before, we moved into emancipation. And he was given orders by, the monarch to set a price upon lands so that the descendants of enslaved Africans cannot afford it. So they increased taxes of land and put it out of the reach of the descendants. And so we never could even imagine buying property. So when that land rights law started then, right, it continued into the economic framework of what we're living now in Jamaica. And Dr. Goff went through that common law ownership of land and the rights to traverse land to get to the ecological heritage of the country, right, has been in a colonial setup. So we are demonstrating on the wall there that, infographic that comes from the Beach Control Act of 1956 that basically says we do not have any general rights in or over the foreshore of the land. We don't have the right to swim. We don't have the right to fish. We don't have the right to walk along the foreshore. And this interpretation actually is published in newspaper and written out there by Peter Knight, who is the CEO of the National Environmental Planning Agency. So it's written, if you look at the beach access management policy that the government is advocating that will formulate from the new beach policy, it basically says that we don't have the right to swim. We don't have the right to walk along the foreshore. We don't have the right to fish. Now, this is 2023, 67 years after the framing of that law. No government have made any changes. And that has worked its way into the economic nature of the kind of tourism that we practice in Jamaica. And it's an apartheid-like tourist model that says we don't have the right to bathe on beaches alongside tourists, alongside Caucasians, right? We don't have that. And so the model that they perpetuate over the North Coast, that is now the model and the policy of the country, is discriminatory, fundamental discriminatory. It says we have no right. It does give privilege to people who own property that adjoin the foreshore, that they can use it. That's what it does. And it gives the government the power to create land lease, beach leases and licenses that they will give to hoteliers that then exclude Jamaicans. So it's a double whammy we're feeling. We're not on the right, and then the government can give us some right, but the government pawns off the right to the money class. So that's how we're there. So through playing JaBBEM born, and we're born as an environmental justice movement. We're born as an environmental movement with a vision that says we want all the beach ecosystem of Jamaica to be, given rights of nature status, which means that they are personhood status. You can't build on them. They're building on beaches in Jamaica. They're building in water in Jamaica. And we want those kind of new framework to come into being. We want to repeal and replace the Beach Control Act of 1956, because what we want is a vision that allows Jamaicans to walk across land perpendicularly, to enter onto the beach, to have the right to bathe, to have the right to swim, to have the right to fish, to have the right to do whatever we want to do on our beaches. That's what we want. That's what we're advocating for. And we're not going to accept anything else. The government is saying that in their new policy, they want to give Jamaicans what is called ordinary rights. What's ordinary rights? They can't even define what it is. But what it is not general and unfettered rights. It is that we have to obey the leases that are granted to hotels, and we cannot access those beaches. Wire fence walls go up. When we raise the alarm on this beach, the government came out and says, no, it's not going to be closed. But it is going to be closed if we don't stand up, because we have to cross over Wolf Group land in order to get to this beach. And I've never seen any hotel in Jamaica that just open them gate and make we walk through. I don't see it. If anyone see it, show it to me. So they do not allow Jamaicans to traverse these lands, and they will never allow us to do it here. Even recently in the Jamaica Cleaner, they said that, well, there will be parts of the beach that Jamaicans can be used. So that means that's not general rights of access. Okay? It is by permission. We need to move away from the permission phase. We need the treasures of the land. We need the treasures of our riverbanks. Our wetlands. There's a lagoon that sits right back here that is robust. There's a robust biodiversity ecosystem that are worthy of protection. They're not even talking about that. So we're in an era right now where dispossession from land, dispossession from beach ecosystem is real in Jamaica, is accelerated in Jamaica. You have seen what recently happened in Blue Lagoon, right? We have 3 of these cases in the court, and by the end of this month, we'll probably have 5 cases. We have Marley Bay, again, another venture, shut down, was a fishing beach, shut it down. Little Downs River, shut down. Cooper's Bend, shut down. You go to, Blue Lagoon, they took the parochial road. Old steamers, they took Reggae Beach. Bongo Beach in St. Thomas here is on a trek. You could name them. Numerous beaches across Jamaica. So the problem is not going away. We are now standing up and we're advocating that, listen, we need to move away from that kind of model. That does not represent what Jamaican stands for anymore. As descendants of enslaved Africans, who have fought for this land, okay, we're advocating now for free access, open access, general rights of access to the beaches. And that's fundamentally it. As we said here, remove the discriminatory law, replace it with modern legislation that grants us rights of access, that we do not need any permission from anyone, and we share the beach with everyone that comes here. I mean, we're no worse than nobody else, right? So that's what we're advocating for. So JaBBEM really is proposing a new framework, right? The repeal and replacement of the law. We want all coastal lands, right, to be put in a trust for the people, that we hold that in perpetuity for Jamaicans, all right? We'd like any kind of construction that goes on in this ecosystem to be reset minimum 65 feet off the high water mark. All right, now we're looking at the 100-year average of where that sea comes in. So we can see the back shore, the dry sandy area here. So we'd have to be building anything back up here. But then you look at this backdrop of this mountain, you really should not be building on these sites. You know what I mean? As Jake said, you know, the history of Rastafari is cemented in this space. So it's a heritage site, so you can't build here, right? We're asking for that. We're asking for just conservation around the coastline. So we have a couple of proposals. We want the coastline to be dedicated as a public land. As a public land, the public must have access to it. If you don't want to call it a public land, then make the entire coastline a conservation easement. If you don't want to make it a conservation easement, well, we said make it a national park, the entire coastal plain a national park. And if you don't want to do that, we said name the entire coastline a highway. So there's many different frameworks that the government can institute to open up the space. And then they said, well, it's going to cause constitutional crisis because of people land rights. Land rights for us, clad. I mean, seriously, land rights. They have the Land Acquisition Act of 1947 that they take any roadway they want, any land they want, them do it over and over. And when we tell them, say, take the law and open up the easement, them come a United Nations and say what? It's going to cause constitutional crisis. What kind of constitutional crisis? Open up the easement so we can access the beach. That's what we are saying. It won't cause any constitutional problems. None whatsoever. We don't want to take people land. Right? We do not want to do that. We're saying the tracks and the roadways that we have been using for many, many hundreds of years, open them back up. Them close them off in an Old Fort Bay, them lock them off in a Mammy Bay, them lock them off in a Millennium Road, them shut in the one right now in Blue Lagoon. And they want to shut this one down. And the government is silent. Because why? Maybe because we are silent and they see we are few. But that's why JaBBEM is asking for the public to join in this fight, because it is our right. And anything that does not honor your right is discriminatory. And we know that access to these spaces for, you know, of leisure, well recognized, you know what I mean, within the United Nations, right? You know, therapeutic nature. Fishing, you know what I mean, all about food security, access to water. I mean, no new water has been made on earth. So we're going to need these in the national interest of the country. So they need to control these spaces in sovereign funds, in sovereign trusts. So they're perpetually for everyone. So instead of Marcus have to be using the prescriptive law of 1882 to now saying that if you've been using any of these tracks and roadways for 20 years, you need to go into a court for its recognition. They would open up the conservation easement. The burden on the society who do not know about this law would be lifted and would are really free to do what we want to do. So that's what we're asking for. You know, rights of free access to be enshrined in our law and to get constitutional protection. We need it to be constitutionally protected, so no crazy man can come down the road line and change it. He will actually need to consult with the public. And so as we move forward with this advocacy, we're just asking you, take a look at all the boards that we've been putting around. You know, there's many ways in which you could help JaBBEM. You know, you could, join up as an ambassador. Get the word out there for us. Help us to propagate the message that in Jamaica, Jamaicans do not have a general and unfettered rights to our shores. We only do so by permission, and that the lands that adjoins our foreshore are being privatized, and we're losing all these access. And we only have access to 2.8 miles of 493 miles, and that is being reduced every single day. And so our people are in pain. Our communities are in pain, and it's breeding a lot of anxiety in our community. Right now, that building can be pushed down anytime. The Supreme Court has lifted the injunction and they could push it down. Simple. The government will not stand in their way. They will not.
Council of Elders. Right there.
Council of Elders. Deep entrenched 20 years of history. From the 50s, right? When it was resettled and that property built, and the government does not recognize that. No, it can't get no deeper than that. We're on our own. So only through advocacy, and we drag them into the courts, slow it down, and hopefully we can get a government that is favorable to the people for change. And so in closing, you know what I mean, we do give thanks for the ones who tune in. And we're asking you to just, help us get this message out there. You know what I mean? There's need for funding to drive the advocacy, to deal with the legal work. We have over 17 of these cases to come online. It takes resources to do it. You know what I mean? So, if you're in the legal space and you want to also volunteer some time, we'll take that too. I mean, you have all kind of skill sets, in project management, community development. We go into communities, we talk to individuals in community, we find out what their needs and their threats are, and that's what we do on the ground. We have visited several of these sites. Paget Beach in St. Mary is another wide stretch open beach that is slated for some kind of development to displace those folks. So there's lots of needs, and we need a lot of manpower to volunteer time and effort to make it easy on us. All right, so just help us in this fight as we fight for general and unfettered rights to accessing our beach and preserve, access to land so we could get to these spaces. We're asking you, to visit JaBBEM in all its different social media spaces, its website. Let us know how you can help. We have a petition out here on change.org. It's good to kind of sign that up. We have a GoFundMe page. We have a local account. We have all the means of how you can reach us, contact us, and help us spread this word. And the advocacy will grow, and then we'll all have a big party at the end of this thing. All right. So give thanks, thanks for sticking with us through this one, and looking forward to further engagement in the future. Rastafari. Free movement and free speech. Yes, I.
Minutes after day to come from the bottomless pit, but my hand was made strong. Songs of freedom. Sold out to the merchant ship. Minutes after the kitchen clock. From the bottomless pit, but my hand was made strong by the hand of the Almighty. forward in this generation, triumphantly. Won't you help to sing these songs of freedom? 'Cause all I ever had, redemption songs, redemption songs. Emancipate yourselves from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our minds. Have no fear for atomic energy. 'Cause none of them can stop the time. How long shall they kill our prophets? Won't we stand aside and look? Some say it's just a part of it. We've got to fulfill the book. Won't you hear to sing these songs of freedom? Is all I ever had. Redemption songs, redemption songs, redemption songs. My friends can stay robber, sold out to the merchant ship. Minutes after they take out from the bottom this pit, but my hand was made strong by the hand of the Almighty. We forward in this generation, triumphantly. Won't you help to sing these songs of freedom? 'Cause all I ever had, redemption songs, redemption songs. Emancipate yourselves from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our minds. Have no fear for atomic energy. 'Cause none of them can stop the time. How long shall they kill our prophets? Won't we stand aside and look? Some say it's just a part of it. We've got to fulfill the book. Won't you hear to sing these songs of freedom? Is all I ever. Redemption songs, redemption songs, redemption songs. Emancipate yourselves from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our mind. How you prepare for atomic energy? There's no that can stop at the time. How long shall they kill our prophets? We stand aside and look. Yes, some say it's just a part of the team. You've got to fulfill the book. Won't you help to sing these songs of freedom? It's all I ever need. Redemption song. All I ever need. Redemption song. These songs of freedom. Songs of freedom. Oh, Babylon, one day time. The child of Babylon, one more time. Child of Babylon, one more time. Oh, Babylon, one day time. The child of Babylon, one more time. Heart and soul, let them soul, and soul, yes, and soul. Child of Babylon, one more time. And don't let the wicked shine this morning. Music, don't stop them. The right is coming. Until the philosophy which old one race superior and another inferior is finally and permanently discredited and abandoned. Everywhere is war. It's a war that until there are no longer first, second citizens of any nation, until the color of a man's skin is of more significant than the color of his eyes. It's a war that until the basic human rights are equally guaranteed to all without regard to race. And it's a war that until that day, the dream of lasting peace, world citizenship, rule of international morality, making but pleasing illusion to be pursued, but never attained. Now everywhere is wrong, and until the ignoble and unhappy regime that holds our brothers in Angola, in Mozambique, South Africa, subhuman bondage have been toppled, totally destroyed. Well, everywhere is a war. War in the east, war in the west, war north, war down south, war, rumors of a war, and until that day, the African continent will not know peace. We Africans will fight, we find it necessary, and we know we shall win, as we are confident in the victory of good old East. And people will fight it out. You can't take your hands off. You want it up to be. What we it's
Come on, give thanks. Yeah.
Churches, I knew her six,
Right.
when poetry was just in a fishing village.
Yes.
Yeah. Right? We were living on the beach.
Yes.
Before the bill to the towards all that.
Right.
Fishermen and stuff.
Yeah.
All that is gone.
Gone. Gone.
Where Sanders is.
Yes.
Push to an art, just have a little guest house. But people access to the place.
Right. Yeah.
All where I reckon is now.
Right. Yeah.
That was a phone and cross property and property house there.
Right. Yeah.
And hard representing. But all that.
So them treatment, brother. So we have to fight. Yeah, man, we have to fight. So give thanks for coming through. Yeah, man.
I'm happy I came late, but I can't cover this.
Yeah.
But the government cannot be trusted.
No, no, no. No.
They can't be trusted.
No.
Where they really pick them up is not what we pay them.
Right.
It's a pop off from back money from thing themselves.
Yes.
And all over price.
Yes.
It's an ironic thing. The more you make a point, the more you take positions, the more them hike their percentage to once go and protect you. Right?
Yeah. Wicked man. Wicked. Give thanks. I'm on. Cool. Oh God. Oh, I think walk all the way down and see. So, thinking if we did that here for our house. Don't get
The boss, the boss, AA _DA_BOSS. That's what you're gonna burn it for. Do it tomorrow. Now, tomorrow. Right.
I will use this song.